त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मुक्षीयमामृतात् स्वाहा 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 त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम्
Good morning, everyone. Om Namah Shivaya. We are very thankful that we can be together this morning under a purpose that is to present the Mahamrityunjaya Project workshop. We've had this initiative because of everything that we've been doing the last few months that have been proposed from the forms that have been imposed because of the global situation. We have been proposing different activities, methods, approaches, so that the awakened beings, conscious beings that have understood in some way that what is happening will continue to happen and has deeper implications in spirituality and evolution. So, welcome again everyone this morning. We have designed a workshop of about 4 hours in which we will go in what we've been working on and since a long time ago with regards to the Mahamrityunjaya mantra. So we've used in these last days some phrases, some postures of consciousness with regards to what we've been doing. One of which has been, due to the teachings of Shaktiananda and Babaji, the ability to fabricate light. That can sound like a made phrase, but actually we're talking about events, quantic events of high consciousness. That is, when we talk about making light, we talk about the ability to create electromagnetic field, photons, the ability of our design to be able to produce high frequency. So we've decided, in these forms of isolation in which we've been, to continue to fabricate light with an rebel attitude. Rebel how? Not rebel as in I'm not gonna adhere to the measures or restrictions that the world has imposed, but rebel in the sense of knowing that behind the visible there's a lot more. And in deeper spirituality, it's like that. Behind light spirituality, simple postures, falsely optimist postures, they are invisible aspects that are the ones that can actually give us answers. Answers to everything that we've been experimenting, especially internally, but also externally. So we want to share with you information. When we say that we are going to do a workshop about the Mahamrityunjaya Project, we're going to talk about one mantra. And one can say, is it possible to make a workshop of 4 hours to speak about a mantra? Yes. Not only a workshop of 4 hours is possible. We could say that if someone would be able to study the light codes that were given to humanity for its transformation of consciousness, its elevation, one life wouldn't be enough to talk about this. That is, I am sure that in 4 hours we're going to give useful and valuable information for you. It's not for us. And I would like to ask you 2 things before we begin. The first, that you observe how this will be developed, the information that will be given, and if you feel that this information is for you, if you feel close to it, and that you will use this information and act on it, that will be the important part. If it's like that, then you should remain. And the second request is that we're transmitted on YouTube, and there's a chat there. There's people that are following the chat, but not to have an orderly game in terms of spiritual posture. We are awakened beings, we are working on a purpose, and so we want to ask you to use the chat to have healthy questions that may be useful for you and for others, because evidently everyone has their own vision of things, but these workshops are not done so that 1,000 or 2,000 people start to say what they feel. For that, they could make their own workshop. So what we intend to do is a healthy conversation in this workshop. It's a bit difficult to speak to a camera, but I try to imagine that you're there. And I ask that you, when you ask a question, make it for the purpose of being awakened and conscious and making light. So we're going to start with an Om, a peace mantra, and then we'll start with the workshop. Welcome again. There's a lot of people that was subscribed to the workshop. And these aspects of virtuality may allow some people to connect a little bit late. We could perhaps talk about the responsibility of the being with being. But okay, that's okay. We're going to start with Om and the Shanti mantra.
Sahana bhavatu Sahanao bunaktu Sahaviryam karvavahe Tejas binava avitamastu Ma vidvishavahe Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Mantra a los maestros. Om Guru Brahma Guru Vishnu Guru Devo Maheshwaraha Guru Sakshat Param Brahma Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti.
Okay, welcome again. We're trying to facilitate the spaces that we have. Could you please open the door a little bit? I understand that you are getting the presentation, the slides on YouTube, so the Mahamrityunjaya workshop, teachings of the Mahavatar Babaji and Mataji Shaktiananda. So our proposal is for 4 hours, and the first part, it will be necessary for us to repeat some fundamentals of our purpose, of our being here, our transit, evolutionary transit in this planet. We need to do it in this way because for us to be able to understand what a mantra is, we first need to understand what the purpose of the human being is. Because believe it or not, in the Western world nowadays, mantra has become the aid, the musical aid of a yoga class, or just a way of celebrating of kirtan. So a premise like the one said in the scriptures, that the human being is born with a mantra, lives with a mantra, and dies with a mantra, and that is inevitable, whether we know about the science of mantra or not. In a superconscious way, every soul is vibrating in the frequency of mantras, because mantras are emitted by the creating consciousness, and we simply receive them and translate them in a form that is possible to be pronounced by our vocal apparatus. I'm moving forward in this, it's not in the script. The mantra exists in the created universe and is translated for the human being so that the human being can connect with the evolutionary currents of the universe. And it's inevitable for us, consciously or supraconsciously, to be constantly in the vibration of mantras because the universe sustains itself there. So for some people, mantras may be a lesser knowledge, but for those who understand how not only the life of human beings works, but the dynamics of the whole universe, they could understand that mantra is crucial for life. So with this perspective, we give our proposal. Can 4 hours be enough for us to talk deeply about Mahamrityunjaya? And the answer is no. But we hope to give you information that you may be able to apply, like we've done from the Mahamrityunjaya Project and the 8th experience. So welcome everyone, we're gonna start. It's important that you know that all the teachings that we're gonna give comes from the consciousness of Mataji Shaktiananda. And I would say this, assuming that you understand everything that we are talking about. But if not, we can go ask in the chat. She has received in her consciousness the revelation about Mahamrityunjaya in different levels. Also, the teachings about Shiva Kriya Yoga. We could say that the Mahamrityunjaya mantra is an integral part of the teachings of Mataji Shaktiananda and the Mahavatar Babaji, which we call Shiva Kriya Yoga. So I am the interlocutor of this teaching that comes from the Babaji consciousness and Mataji Shaktiananda. It's probable that at the end of this meeting, the mother will be with us in a final practice that we hope to do if there is enough time. The Mahavatar Babaji, the guru of Shaktiananda, that's his image, is the instructor consciousness of humanity. He is called Babaji, but he's been also given different names. He is the one who reigns over the consciousness of Mother Shaktiananda, and Babaji within himself vibrates in Mahamrityunjaya. That is, he vibrates in this mantra. We're going to say this right away. When we speak about Mahamrityunjaya, this is a Sanskrit word that means great victory over death. Mahamrityunjaya means a great victory over death. So when we speak about the Mahamrityunjaya Project, and one could say, oh, I'm participating in a workshop about the great victory over death. And if it was like that, then probably millions of people would be listening to the workshop right now. And I ask myself, why? What song was it? Who Wants to Live Forever? Perhaps you that are a rocker, maybe, no? And actually, yes, we are speaking about a mantra that conquers the Mahamrityunjaya mantra, which is one of the great teachings of Mahavatar Babaji and Mother Shaktiananda and their disciples over time. Babaji once said, I am the death of death. So, teachings of Mahavatar Babaji and Mother Shaktiananda. We're going to begin with some general ideas so that we can have like a framework of what we're talking about. It's always important to trace coordinates. Where am I? How am I? With whom am I? That's why I was saying at the beginning, it's very important your disposition. I'm going to read this first quote, and then I'll comment on how we're going to work on this workshop. Our planet is living its moment, we'll say it like this, most difficult. And whether you like it or not, you are part of this process. You will know when and in what way you will establish another consciousness to free yourself from the collective process that awaits us. This was said by Mother Shaktiananda recently, and it's talking about, it's not needed that I develop extensively this quote. It's important for you to read between the lines. Our planet is living right now its most difficult time, probably of the last cycles. We are part of the process. We chose to be here. And one has to choose how to be here. Why? Because there's a collective process that is being developed, that is going on, in which we must liberate from it consciously to make ourselves free of the hits of this collective process that we don't know where it's going. So what are the objectives of this workshop? Understanding the foundations of the evolutionary plan for Earth, approaching mantras as codes of ascension and realization, revealing the Mahamrityunjaya mantra as one of the light's most powerful resources for the activation of cosmic DNA, to know the effects and benefits of the Mahamrityunjaya code at all levels, introduce the combination of sacred syllables with the elements as a method of purification and vibrational elevation. We're going to work especially with this during a great deal of this workshop. The combination of sacred syllables with the elements earth, fire, water, air, and ether, because one of the great powers of the frequency of the verbs is the ability to modulate the elements. We're going to also try to understand the importance of activating transformation codes in times of evolutionary crisis. We should be able to activate transformation codes only where when we are in evolutionary crisis, and the answer is no. This code should be activated always, because we have incarnated in this world. We've taken the decision to live in this planet to be able to generate transformation and ascension. And one of the teachings that through Shaktiman and Babaji has been given to us is basically that we all suspect that human beings have not accepted to learn, but through crisis, pain, fear, or anxiety, and through there can be a break towards an awakening, and that's not necessarily the case. So if you have not activated a transformation intent before, then perhaps this is a good moment to do it. And one of the other objectives that we have is the unveiling of the Mahamrityunjaya Project as an alternative for living and conscious response. We don't see this Mahamrityunjaya Project as a 4-hour meeting, but as a content of deep spirituality that may give you tools and methods to carry a form of life, a way of life associated to these light codes. So these are the objectives, and the structure is more or less like this. We're going to start with the basics, the story of why Mahamrityunjaya, why Mother Shaktiananda, Babaji, and Mahamrityunjaya, why Mahamrityunjaya Project. Then we're going to talk about the fundamentals briefly, just to give a framework about this. We're not going to go a lot into this. We're not going to have a lot of questions about this. And from there, after the framework, we're going to go directly to what's a mantra, how mantras work, and then we'll start to mix the theory, the information that we need to give, with the practice of how to use the codes. So I'm going to tell you briefly about Mahavatar Babaji, the gift of the victory over death. Mother Shaktiananda establishes contact for the first time with Mahavatar Babaji in 1999. Of course, there were previous years of preparations and deep experiences from Shaktiman, but I'm going to summarize today in this way. There is a start of a teaching. A small group begins to gather around Ma, understanding how she was developing her consciousness. The vectors that from her ability she was developing, and I was one of them. We started to gather to meditate together because we felt that all the teaching that was given through Shakti had to be some way taken into action. So in these meetings, we sat beside her in her living room. We closed our eyes, we meditated, in what we understood was how to meditate at that time, and teaching was emanated. Babaji at that time transmitted pulses that the central nervous system, the electromagnetic field of Shaktima, translated into a verb. And that verb was a pure teaching of evolution and transformation. In one of those gatherings, Babaji said, it's necessary that we make fire, that we work on fire in these meetings with the mantra Triambakam. I always commented with Ma that Babaji didn't say Mahamrityunjaya because at that time it was impossible for us to gather that word, to keep it. Because at that time we didn't even understand what a mantra was. And at that time the only mantra that we chanted was Om Namah Shivaya, that it's also a Maha mantra, not lesser in any way. It's a super mantra, like Mahamrityunjaya. So we started to investigate how to make fire with something called Triambakam. I'm summarizing this story. There's a lot of more about this story in the book that we wrote about Ma. So we found out that there was a mantra that began with that word, and that there was a group of people that I'm going to see that were disciples, or at least they received teachings from Master Basan in India that gave the Agnihotra, which is a simplified form of the sacred Vedic fire. So we knew about this mantra that they also called Triambakam, and very rudimentary we started practicing it. I'm talking about the year 2000 here. We, because of a love of obedience, not a blind obedience, because Babaji at that time and as well as today, the Babaji consciousness is the most immense thing that exists as light in this planet. We had a genuine devotion and intention of working with whatever was proposed. So we started to chant Mahamrityunjaya mantra without knowing a lot about the mantra. But we did it with a lot of conviction, and once Babaji said that Mahamrityunjaya has been exported from other spheres so that you also have the cosmic resonance it generates. But as I was saying, between the lines, we realized then that Mahamrityunjaya is not from this world. It's a code that comes from the stars, that was offered to humanity. For what? So that we would also have the cosmic resonance that it produces. So Babaji not only said that he said some other things, but also a reason sometimes need an argument. And at that time we said, evidently it means that it's quite important what we're doing. And what we were doing was mixing sacred syllables with a very powerful element that is fire, which is one of the main keystones of the Mahamrityunjaya Project. The Mahavatar Babaji has been constantly connected with the frequencies of the Mahamrityunjaya mantra. It has always been an inseparable part of his teaching, being transmitted as a powerful resource of evolution and transformation. For example, in the year 2005, we had the blessing of being in the Haidakhan ashram, the Haidakhan Babaji ashram. That is a very debated presence of Babaji between the year 1970 and 1984. We were in 2005 there, where the legacy of the Haidakhan Babaji was preserved. And the essence, the fundament of that energetic work of this ashram is also the celebration of the Mahamrityunjaya mantra. Just to give an example of how Mahamrityunjaya has been with Babaji and Babaji with Mahamrityunjaya. With time, And I'm saying that time passed, probably 9 years, Mother Shaktiananda reached the revelation, one would say final until today, on Mahamrityunjaya mantra. This perhaps for those who are just trying to understand this for the first time. But a mantra is a live form of the divine consciousness. A mantra expresses the creating force, the creating form, and has a consciousness of its own, and has a lot of levels in which one can approach it, a lot of energy levels. So the mantra opens according to the light filaments that the one who practices it, the yogi, the devotee, develops. That is, a mantra also opens gradually. What we understood, more or less on the year 2009, was that the most potent aspect of the Mahamrityunjaya mantra had been forgotten even in the primordial tradition. That was for us quite impactful, because we knew that even in the Vedic tradition, its city, its main power, had gone into oblivion. We're going to talk about a lot of qualities that the Mahamrityunjaya mantra has. Of course, its more definitive qualities cannot be given in an open teaching. They are given in after initiation, but that doesn't mean that all that we're gonna share here is not of has not a deep impact. But the final revelations, and this you should know, and it should be known as well as any other school of consciousness, the final revelations of a mantra, its more secret qualities, can only be given with initiation. Still, the mantra, if it's given its causality, it will give you the initiation. So, at the moment when the Mother Shaktiananda received the revelation, it was said the following: the Mahamrityunjaya mantra is a Vedic key to immortality. As I was saying, read between lines. The Mahamrityunjaya mantra is the Vedic key to immortality, constituted in an open and direct sound to Lord Shiva. If you don't understand or don't know who Shiva is or who is Babaji, we're gonna develop these during the workshop. So, to Lord Shiva, regent of the universe and vessel of the energies. This is very important. That enable the obtaining of cosmic molecules capable of preserving the primary and creative energy of love. I repeat, this mantra is a vessel of the energies that enable the obtaining of cosmic molecules capable of preserving the primary and creative energy of love. Love from a cosmic perspective. This reinforces the constant nature that generates perpetual light and its cosmic resonance within the universe. So at that time, a higher level revelation was received. That is the one that we work on in the initiative forms of the mantra. Even in the zone of the Himalayas where the mantra was revealed, because the Shakti Kundalini of the earth was there, and even the mantra was forgotten there. So I talked about how we started doing the Mahamrityunjaya mantra with that conviction. Mother Shaktiananda reaches the final gates of the mantra, and at that time we understood that the experience that we've had, I hope that you are following because I'm talking quite quickly. We never asked why we had to do this mantra or how we basically did it for love. And I say to you that are connected here today, when there's an awakening of consciousness, the actions that we do come from love, and a lot of times they don't need a reason or rationalities, they just happen. And from that love conviction, from which we did the mantra, we started opening doors through Shaktima, and it allowed the mantra to open itself completely. And so we asked ourselves, why not to propose a project called Mahamrityunjaya Project, so that awakened beings that have a constant inquiry of spiritual advancement, may have the possibility to know about the Mahamrityunjaya mantra, and perhaps in a fewer time may be able to go into the deeper aspects of the mantra. So that is why the Mahamrityunjaya Project was born. The Mahamrityunjaya Project, according to the masters, and I'm gonna read the quote, they said, "The Mahamrityunjaya Project is the most valiant choice you can make, mobilizing the Shiva force and his universal legacy. Is to appeal to the destructive and transformative consciousness capable of ridding us of the inertia and staticity that occurs today in these planes where souls are still kept submerged in their unconsciousness." So, for us to be able to offer freely the Mahamrityunjaya mantra was something that pleased the masters, to say it in some way, because perhaps the Babaji sphere, the Shiva Babaji sphere, felt it was really necessary at this time. We can give a mantra that will mobilize transformation energies in each soul that will chant it. Would we be able to do this massively? Probably no. But perhaps we could humbly try to do it with this project, for it to reach those souls that are sensible, that understand not rationally but from feeling the importance of this mantra. So this is why Mahamrityunjaya Project was born. The Mahamrityunjaya Project The Mahamrityunjaya Project is an offering conceived by Mataji Shaktiananda, the Babaji consciousness in America, and the lineage of immortal masters that proposes to freely spread to all awake beings the frequencies of the Mahamrityunjaya mantra, to activate its healing codes, transformation, and dissolution of karma. How have we been doing this now? After the coronavirus, before the coronavirus, what we did was visit different countries and cities. We made a mix of the Mahamrityunjaya mantra with the fire element. We called on people to attend, and we gave them a postcard with the mantra, so that if they wanted, they could read it at home if they felt it, and understand how the mantra is good for them, and tell them, well, you can, tell other people about this mantra freely. And depending on other virtual forms, we had other ideas. But mainly before the COVID, what happened was the direct interchange with the people. Now we have with some other means. And this has been something that, from what we understand, is the correct ethics and posture of a school of consciousness. We are happy that the Mahamrityunjaya Project has been so well received with people. Even with Shaktima, we've talked about this. Why has this been so? The answers could be many, and a lot of people may answer the call of such proposal, perhaps out of fear, because they need something to hold them. But there's some other people that, in this crisis, the circumstances that we live on, feel the synchronisms that are happening and can sustain them. So this is the origin of the Mahamrityunjaya Project. The sphere of Mahavatar Babaji and Mataji Shaktiananda proposed the memory of this unique code of light, revealed millennia ago to conscious humanity. why do we go to this phrase? We're not proposing anything new to the about 1,000 people that are connected right now. This is nothing new that we're transmitting to you. We just are proposing for you to remember something that you already know. This code, the Mahamrityunjaya. We're going to see in a few minutes that those who reach Mahamrityunjaya do so because they have practiced it before. It's a causality. And the mother says this in the mantra workshop that we give. The lines of causality are not only traced by the soul, but the mantra, as a projection of the divine consciousness, also traces lines of encounters to find you. This mantra is a quantum equation of photonic force. So any rationalist may say that he doesn't understand how syllables can be a quantic expansion equation. At the beginning it was the verb, and when John said this, he was speaking about frequencies. So it is a quantum equation of photonic force designed to create higher frequencies and expansion of the individual and collective electromagnetic field. Okay, we're starting. So this is the introduction. I wanted also to comment some fundamentals aspect of the cosmic game. But we have an image of the universe because we need the framework, the cosmic GPS. When we speak about mantras, we speak about universal forces. As I was saying, the mantra does not only exist in a school in India or in the Himalayas. The mantra exists first in the universe. Even in another traditions such as the Kabbalah, etc., it is said that the divine names of God exist and resonate in the universe, and the human being receives them in revelation. So we inhabit a conscious universe reigned by forces of light, and there are laws that define evolution and the purpose of this creation. We have chosen the solar system for us to inhabit as a response of the soul. That is, each one of us has chosen a place in the space-time continuum of this universe to develop his or her own evolutionary adventure. We've chosen the planet Earth under the laws of this sun, and to remember that this sun emits frequencies of light, and those frequencies of light propose laws and forms of evolution that define our DNA design. Like so, the planets that accompany us within the aura of the sun, but that could be developed in an astrology workshop. But it's also important to understand that we are accompanied by celestial bodies of gravitational mass that emit frequencies, and that they are also very important for our tradition of consciousness. Mother Shaktiananda said, "We exist today within matter because we created a projection within a time-space game just to recreate light." Quickly, because I was just saying this, we've seen this before. We exist today within matter. We are not beings that inhabit matter naturally. We are today within matter, not being this our nature, but we do this with the purpose of using the space-time continuum to recreate photons. Our purpose is to recreate light, radiant electromagnetic field, and that's why we inhabit planet Earth within the time-space field. The whole purpose of the universe is to generate photons, radiant electromagnetic field, because the photon is cosmic intelligence. We could perhaps talk about the quantic aspect of this. because we realized that the whole teaching of the Vedic code, we've begin calling it in the school quantic evolutionary knowledge or wisdom, because the purpose that we have today by presenting this teaching freely is that those who can understand that the quantic evolutionary wisdom goes beyond religion, beyond dogmas, beyond the negation of a certain wisdom for other, and all of this chaos in which human beings have converted the task of evolution. We've converted it into a fake expression of faith. So when we're talking about quantic evolutionary wisdom, we're talking about not something about this planet, but about the whole universe. And we need to learn to see ourselves in this. And so mantras are evolutionary quantum wisdom. And the Mahamrityunjaya mantra, as Babaji was saying, is not only chanted in earth, not only human beings chant this mantra. The created universe is governed by laws that were conceived for the achievement of the single purpose, the unification with the creator consciousness. All life in the universe responds to the singular goal. So what we'd always said in all the talks that we've made in the last 2 or 3 years, if we are reigned by laws, governed by laws, that in our case is the sun who proposes them through its photons, but the sun also interprets the universal laws that come from stars of higher evolution and up to the galactic centers. That is not religion, that is quantic wisdom. How can humanity answer its evolutionary purpose, universal evolutionary purpose, if humanity does not know the laws that govern it? So this is the problem of the first petition that is made from the master spheres. It is basic, fundamental to know the laws of evolution. If you don't know the laws, then how can you apply them in you? Some of the laws that govern us, for example, are the law of polarity, the law of involution, evolution, the law of free will, the law of cause and effect. The combination of the law of free will and the law of cause and effect is what produces not in an exact way, the law of karma. That is, every action that I make has a consequence, a vibrational consequence that impregnates the energetic field. If I make an action of higher frequency, my energetic field will vibrate in that frequency. If I make a low frequency action, then my electromagnetic field will be of lower vibrations. And that's what we call the vibrational consequence of the actions. Because we don't know about that law, and this is very important, and I'm going to say it now because it belongs to the whole talk. No. So, which is the situation of humanity in planet Earth? Is that humanity left in somewhere in its memory the fact that we must remember our photonic nature, our photonic design, and our purpose of creating light, and try to dissolve all of that we've created that it's not. That which we have created that is not, we call negative karma. And so it is necessary for the photon to illuminate itself for lower frequencies to be dissolved. And that's what it's said everywhere about dissolving karma, eliminating karma. That's why we're here. The Buddhists say, to put another example that cannot be refuted, that as long as karma exists and we need to heal it, then we need to be born again, because the birth and rebirth cycle has to do with this mantra. So most of the human race is not dissolving karma, and this is accumulating individually, and also the sum of the individual karmas makes up the collective karma, and it makes up the unconscious collective. And it has right now a very heavy weight. There's a lot of negative karma, a lot of negative tendencies that have introduced realities that we are living now. Perhaps you say, I have nothing to do with the realities that we're living now. And the answer is that every soul that inhabits this planet has a responsibility on what's happening now. But the not knowing of the laws that govern us has made us think that we don't. We live in a field that extends from love and light until fear and darkness, which is the absence of light. So there are dimensional planes in which love and light exist and predominate, and as other dimensional fields appear, then the love and light that is visible reduces and it converts itself into a potential quality. We live in a dual planet, a planet of light and darkness, a Rajasic planet in terms of the Ayurveda, an action planet. That means that our actions are the ones that determine our evolution. So in this planet, light exists potentially, and it has to be expressed in actions, something that is not happening due to negative karma. Let's talk a little bit about the universal forces to know the mantras. Some of the internal teachings that the masters give to Mother Shaktiananda to understand the evolutionary quantic language to evolve. Within this immense created universe, it is given that everything that exists recognizes its origin. Nothing exists by chance. That's the law of causality. There's nothing by chance. This is a very accurate mathematical progression in which each element should and must be projected from exact principles. These forms are given as such, circumscribed to a constant that bears nothing but the perfection of light, the principle in which everything exists. One of the tasks that we as school have, and Mother Shaktiananda has, in her projection of the teaching, is to demystify, de-religionize the quantic evolutionary knowledge or wisdom. If one goes deep into the Quran, you find evolutionary quantic knowledge. If you go into Jesus' teachings, there is evolutionary quantic wisdom. If you go into Tao, there is evolutionary quantic wisdom. But it's covered with a lot of veils that simply are converted into a dogma. So, evolutionary forces that we need to have to understand within the Vedic tradition, there's three main forces. Brahma, the creative force. So within the universal qualities, that's centrifugal force. You must imagine the Big Bang of the physical. Brahma is a great Big Bang. From a point of infinite gravity, infinite gravitational density, a great explosion, creative explosion is generated. And a lot of events and happens from this. And they were saying to Mother Shaktiananda, this is a spoiler, this force, Brahma, which is a centrifugal force, a constant centrifugal force, is the great ideologist of the evolutionary plan. He has an idea to generate a plant because the divine consciousness wants to know itself, and he generates an action, a plan, so that he can know himself. And he says, I am that who is. Another important force in the Veda is Vishnu, the force of balance. that has to do with the gravitational equilibrium and the existence of other types of forces in the universe, such as the force of the electromagnetic field. And the force of Vishnu is the one that generates, because we've seen that the universe is composed of elliptical orbits and spirals. That's Vishnu. Great forces, evolutionary currents, intention that allow for the balance that is needed for evolution to happen. And we also have what we call Shiva, which is the force of destruction and transformation. Remember, that's like that. But in reality, that's a centripetal force. It's the opposite to Brahma, the first one, which is centrifugal force. In this case, Shiva tends from the outside towards the inside to bring everything back to its origin. So if the origin is the light, to return to the origin, you have to return being light. You cannot carry anything else that is not light within you. So when we speak about Shiva as a destructor, we speak about a force capable of destroying and dissolving all frequency that is not electromagnetic field, radiant electromagnetic field. That energy is the one that inhabits the Mahamrityunjaya mantra, the energy that is capable of dissolving everything that is not radiant electromagnetic field. That's why it's said that this centripetal force called Shiva in the Veda, try to understand what we are proposing. That is, when we see it religiously, Hinduism has a lot of gods, but it's not like that. We're just speaking about the identifying of universal forces, dynamic universal forces, that are given our name. And the Veda also speaks about this. That is one. The wise men call it with different names. Also within the Hebrew Kabbalist tradition, it's like this. God is named through its acts. So we have to understand that the different divine conscious forces that are mobilized within the universe receive different names for us to, try to see how beautiful this is. Because if I know how to call a cosmic force, then I can call it in me or towards me, because I am fractal of that cosmic consciousness. So the force of destruction and transformation is the force that we're talking about now. The centripetal force of gravitational collapse is what is known as Shiva in the primordial tradition. Now we go to the cosmic being, part of the framework to know who we are. We've been created and readied solely for the configuration of Code's light. This is repeated a lot, but what I have to understand is that you have to create light. If something goes out from the Mahamrityunjaya workshop, is this: you have to create light. That's satisfactory, because that's a good synthesis of what your task and your purpose is as a soul. Within the cosmic evolutionary exercise that exists, we've been created to create light. The human being is a multidimensionally connected consciousness. The being is a fractal expression of the whole universe, of the cosmic consciousness. We are a universe in a microcosmos. That's why texts like the Shiva Samhita say that within us, that there is the universe, the planets, because really we are that fractality. If we were not that fractality, then the law of resonance, which is the one that works with more potency within the mantra, wouldn't work. We are a fractal of the divine consciousness and the whole universe. We are a conscious species that came from a matrix of pure light in order to create even more light and recreate a world that to this day is subject to the cosmic consequences that this existence produces. There's an image here in which you could see the radiant electromagnetic field of an incarnated soul, if this soul is disposed to create photons or light. There are toroids, there's sacred geometry, all of this codified in the mantra's frequency. also within the elements, especially prana. We have a stellar DNA. We're going to speak about this a little bit. Mahavatar Babaji told Mother Shaktiananda something. Do you think that the human being is ordinary? How much have you been informed about your genetics or your molecular configuration? So there's another thing that we need to understand, and that is not explained in light spirituality. Our DNA design is our DNA is basic within our evolutionary perspective. Our genetics is what produces our evolution, and everything the human being has had as circumstances, achievements, has to do with the ability of activating higher DNA filaments. So, the cosmic decodification reveals 12 potential helices for human DNA. This quote is very important because it makes us understand how mantra works within a gene. DNA molecules are spatially oriented antennas. They contain structures that allow you to receive targeted cosmic information. That is, every cell that you contain has genetic information. Every cell in its nucleus has genetic information, and each cell has like antennae that are directed towards outer space looking for information. So what's a mantra? So that we are understanding this, a mantra, try to imagine a telescope that exists somewhere, or of these great antennas that there are around the world that are directed towards a certain point of space. Mantras direct our DNA antennae and towards certain types of cosmic forces and connect to that certain cosmic forces. That's one of the secrets of the mantra. They are capable of vectorizing our antennae of light. We have 12 chakras in our systems, although many people say there's 7, because we have 12 DNA helixes. Because, as we were saying, only 2 of them are active. And the reason that is for that there's only 2 active, we've talked about in other talks. And so we're not going to speak of this now. You could perhaps go to our YouTube page and see our talks on this. The cosmic DNA that shapes the human species is conceived to achieve states of superconsciousness and reach the unified cosmic field. Our DNA is not designed to be confined because we've been in a global prison for 2 months or more. But the invisible reality is that human beings are locked in this planet only because they have 2 functioning DNA helixes. It does not appear to be so, but the reality of schools of this spirituality is that this planet has been converted into a prison because there are forces that are not allowing human beings to develop more than 2 DNA helixes. So, to finish this of the framework that I was telling you about, I'm gonna summarize this with an intense an intense talk that we made about the fall of the photonic DNA, because the mother received information. We talked about in a talk of this, that it's knowledge that is not easy to understand, but we gave a bit of understanding of what's going on in the planet right now. So at some point the master said, Ma Shaktiananda has glimpsed extreme tensions and catastrophes just as you have seen that have been happening everywhere because of the hidden energies that will not give another answer beyond chaos and disorder. So we're living in a time of a lot of hidden tensions. Of course there's a visible tension, but there's much more hidden tension. And to that hidden tension is we must answer. We have a responsibility to answer by creating light, creating radiant electromagnetic field. We cannot allow that these tensions will rule over us. But that's a decision of each person. The mother Shaktiananda was told that all of this circumstance of the creation of a virus was because of the constant brokerage of the cosmic law that human beings make. That is, we are constantly breaking the law, and that allows for the current circumstances that we are living. Babaji and the mother said, from this, nothing will be learned or strengthened. It is completely without purpose. This is another fall. So we've spoken about this. A lot of people say that from here a new humanity will be born, a new order will be born, but this will not happen. And this is because it's not the pessimism, because we've talked about being realist. The reason is that the weight of the karma will not allow for human beings to move towards love. So if you observe the reactions towards a pandemic as countries, they've been very selfish. We close borders, we do this, we do that. If there's an airplane that was going somewhere else, but it has medicines, then we take it. We have better health conditions, so we're in those countries where health conditions are not good, then more people are gonna die, but we don't care about this. If we discover a vaccine, then we take it first, and all of that without talking about the implications of a vaccine, of what a vaccine may imply. That's not the point of this talk. It's Mahamrityunjaya. But what the masters are saying is the following: that the most important point to study is that the human genome has been mutilated. That is, this virus has generated a negative genetic impact. Human beings won't be the same. Man will not be the same. Their capabilities have been diminished, and they have discarded obtaining photons as a life task. We've been saying that the human beings are here to create light, to create electromagnetic field, but what the masters are saying is that human beings have discarded obtaining photons as a life task. Their purpose of life, or life purpose, is other. The genetics are being weakened. And if you don't use your genetics, you remember about this genetic laws. If an element is not being used, then it's converted to something else. And species in some way evolve or don't evolve in this way. So as human beings are not using their genetics to create photons, then their genetics are being weakened. This virus has weakened our genetics to make us more susceptible to control and training. So this is another tough part. The coronavirus has been designed. It's a virus designed in a secure lab that exists somewhere. It's a potent creation that was asked by those that want to experiment the extreme, using scientific mechanisms that no longer address destruction but domination. We're not going to answer a lot of questions about this because we already talked about this. This is just to add to the framework. The powers of domination use two main variables. Time manipulation is one of these variables that is used for domination, and the second one is DNA manipulation, amongst other things. When we talked about time manipulation, is not allowing you evolutionary time, not allowing you for you to dedicate time to create light. This is not something new. It's happened since long time ago on the planet. So you need to dedicate time not to to dedicate light, what they say is that you need to produce goods to pay for things that you believe that you need. We are in a sphere in which evolutionary time is recognized by very few people. But we're going to talk about this when we speak about the mantra. And also DNA manipulation. If these control forces triumph and make human beings not have enough time for evolution, then what a workshop like this is about. We are in a framework of awakening before waking up in the face of the impeding spiritual cataclysm, preparing to resist the fall of principle of values and leading yourself, everyone, towards your own support. The masters also told the mother that man who has preserved his light, that is his active DNA, will not enter this energy misadventure. He will graze the edge of the crisis, but will have from his given resources a way to combat the dark trick of debilitation. So, this is the framework, the main framework. We're gonna stop at 9:30. But first I'll try to introduce what mantras are. Are we okay? So we'll answer questions after the break, which is about 15 minutes. I'll try to introduce mantras, because we already understand what the purpose is, what mantras is a little bit, and also about our current moment. We've received a vibrational impact to our DNA that requires a conscious response. So what are mantras? The mantra is the pronunciation of vibrations of divine resonance that create perfect and harmonious forms of light in the dimensional planes of the created universe. Our vocal apparatus is capable of reproducing cosmic frequencies, and that makes for us to be able to invoke from our fractality that those forces work within us. That's the great secret of the mantra. The mantras nourish the physical, etheric, mental, and spiritual atmic bodies to preserve and accumulate the photonic charge necessary to elevate, to reach states of the most elevated states of being. Understanding the secrets hidden in the word, in the frequency of the voice, the sound and cosmic resonance, the ancient rishis, because mantras are with us from at least 10,000 years, the ancient rishis and wise men offered the formulas of contact with the forces of light that inhabit the universe. So the rishis offered the formulas, the forces of contact with the forces of light that inhabit the universe. If I want to activate within me a balance force, I can call it to enter my electromagnetic field. If I want to create the creating force, if I want a loving force, a pure love, I can invoke it. If I can healing force, I can invoke it. If I need a force of destruction of darkness, I can invoke it, because I have the codes to do it, the passwords, the formulas, because there were beings, very evolutionized beings, that gave us that formulas. The word mantra defines any sound, syllable, word, phrase, or symbol that contains consciousness, energy, light. See that mantra is not only sound, it's also, of course, sound, a word. For example, a mantra can be Om, but a mantra can also be Om Namah Shivaya. A mantra can be Om Triambakam Yajamahe Sugandhim Pushti Vardhanam Uruvarukamiya Bandhanan Mrityurmukshya Mamritat Mahamrityunjaya. Mantras can be of different extensions, and they are also symbolized in certain codes. They are sound constants that are expressed through thought, sound, and symbol. Mantras are pulses of light. No, we are able to listen to them. They travel through the air and through ether, and our ear through its marvelous mechanism, converts this electric pulse to our brain. It enters our brain and then we listen it. But also, mantra can be mentally pronounced. So these light pulses may be expressed in different forms. That's a beauty and wonder of language and mantra. Each mantra is connected to an activity of the one consciousness, of the creator consciousness. It has a lot of ways for the universe, for the universe to advance to its purpose. So each mantra is connected to a unity of divine energy. So sometimes it's sad that mantras have been converted to a musical aid in a yoga class without anyone knowing what the mantra is saying. The mantras act by the law of resonance. You perhaps can already know this. For example, you chant a mantra, and that mantra travels dimensionally. It converts into a frequency, in a wave particle, and then it searches on resonance to the divine activity that vibrates like it. And that divine activity resonates. So if I say an Om Namah Shivaya mantra, I will activate the force of return and transformation. I'm not going to activate the creative force. For that, I would have to chant a Brahma mantra. That's a resonance law. Also, will is important. If I don't pronounce a mantra, that force won't descend towards me. That's the same as religions. So, this law of resonance has the ability to generate the descent of cosmic forces, activate and strengthen electromagnetic fields, boost the capture of prana in the energetic bodies and the human beings. And according to the revelations of Mahavatar Babaji's and Mother Shaktiananda's, mantras are sound encoded photonic pulses. This is key. Mantras are sound encoded photonic pulses, which become light particles and active proton accelerators. So this is evolutionary quantics. Mantras are capable of counteracting the negating force that seek to exert fear, control of collective consciousness, and even impact on the light genetics of the human race. All of these qualities make them powerful resources of protection and cosmic connection. They are part of a legacy of light that humanity should remember. We are making a very small job in this sense, because for the quantic jump that is needed for the whole of humanity to understand mantras as evolutionary resources, if everyone could chant mantras, if the whole of humanity could consciously be loving and towards that, then the planet would do a quantic jump. But this is not going to happen. The nature of mantra is the same nature of the universe. Mantra is a return impulse. So the main vibrational content of a mantra is love. This is something that you should remember. The main vibrational content of a mantra is love. With the passing of the ages, the understanding of the essence of the mantra and its purpose has been diluted, and only a small view of the real wisdom behind the codes of light remains. So now we're gonna make the first break of about 15 minutes so that you may have some tea or coffee or whatever, and then we will start about on Mahamrityunjaya and the practical part that we think that not because what we talked about is not important, but the forms and the practical methods is what you will be able to carry into action if you're interested in everything that we've been talking about. So we'll be here again in 15 minutes. We will do an Om and we will see each other again here. Thank you for your patience and disposition until now. We will open with some questions if there are any, and then we will go full into the practical applications of the Mahamrityunjaya mantra. Om Namah Shivaya.
Mrityormukshiyaman पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मुक्षीयमामृतात् स्वाहा त्र्यम्बकं जजामहे सुगन्धिं 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 पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् Mrityormukshiramamritat Swaha Om Triyambakam Jajamahe Sugandhim Pushtivardhanam Urvarugamiva Bandhanam Mrityormukshiramamritat Swaha Triyambakam Jajamahe Sugandhim Pushtivardhanam Urvarugamiva Bandhanam Mrityormukshiramamritat Swaha Om Triyambakam Jajamahe Sugandhim Pushtivardhanam Urvarugamiva Bandhanam Mrityormukshiramamritat Swaha 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 Om Triyambakam Jajamahe Sugandhim Pushtivardhanam Urvarugamiva Bandhanam Mrityormukshiramamritat.
Yes,
Sí, Om Namah
Shivaya.
Entonces
Then we
seguimos
continue
reunidos acá
meeting here in
en
the
el
workshop
workshop Proyecto
Mahamrityunjaya
Mahamrityunjaya.
Project.
Pues
I
nosotros
think
estamos
that we
comenzando en
are
punto, 9.
starting on time. So the idea is that we try to complete all the practice that we were share with you. And also talk a little bit about the qualities of the mantra and the experience 8, which was a beautiful experience with a lot of people. That a lot of people really take it seriously and obtain wonderful results. Deeply internally transformation. So there have been many questions over in the chat, and we will start with those questions first. As you know, we cannot answer all of them, but we will try to answer many of them. So first question, Sandra Caro from Peru. I would like to know about the difference with the mantra Triambakan from the Homa therapy. And the answer is there is no difference. This is the mantra Mahamrityunjaya. The name of the mantra is not Triambaka. And we will talk a little more about that when we speak about the details of Mahamrityunjaya. The master Basant, who was the one developing Agniotra, he called it the Mahamrityunjaya Triambakan because he told us directly in a talk that we have many years ago that he used to call it Triambaka for making people easier to remember the mantra. But the real name of the mantra is not Triambakat, it's Mahamrityunjaya. It does start with the word Triambakat. So the mantra is a Vedic code, and we have been talking about this for more than 1 hour. And this mantra is a Vedic code, is exactly the same mantra. And it's one of the 2 mantras more important. Next question, Lucia Salazar Coria. So the question is if all the super mantras or Maha mantras come from another spheres, and the answer is yes, of course. Absolutely. And then to precise a little deeper, every mantra comes from a superior sphere, a higher sphere, and is revelated by the Sutri, as is defined in the Veda. Then a human can develop and compound an Indo, an stotran, a prose. It's a way to present his devotion. But every mantra comes from a revelation. Then Andres Arias. So, how is the relationship between Mahamrityunjaya with other Mahamantras like the Mahamantra from Krishna is? Well, the answer is that the question is beautiful, is a great question. The mantras are not excluded from each other. There are mantras that are very affine to each other. For example, Mahamrityunjaya and Om Namah Shivaya, since both of them are associated with the force of destruction of Shiva. While other mantra like Om Hare Krishna is associated with the force of balance. Or similar to other mantras of Vaishnava. So those are mantras that invocate forces of balance and equilibrium, beautiful preservation. While when we speak about mantras that are invocating Shiva strength, it is more about the destruction and transformation. So the mantras are not excluding with each other, they are complementing. But the human being must understand that the science of mantra and must to discern which mantra, which frequency is required in a specific time. I mean, some people think that saying any mantra at any time works, but if the person actually knows the frequency that is invocated, the work will be much better. Then question, if singing a mantra I destroy my karma by my daily actions are keeping creating karma, how do I do the balance? And the answer is that if you are singing the mantra constantly, you will end doing actions that only create positive karma, or they don't create negative karma. So let's remember that we have different types of karma, including karma bharata, and that's the karma, is the whole condition of my karma, of all my previous lives, all the addition of all of them, plus the one that I'm creating now. Then there is the division of the karma that is on the past and the karma that I'm creating at the moment. When we practice mantras like this one, and we will speak about this, is about the capacity that a mantra has, especially Mahamrityunjaya, to direct or to look at the past while you are in the present, and also look into the future. So the idea is that if a person works with a mantra to translate it into the past, the ideal situation is that it will not generate actions in the present that will charge also con karma. So the next question is about how the mantra creates a unconditional love, and the answer is that yes, because every mantra also generates a alignment with the vibration of the universe, and the vibration of the universe is unconditional love. We can also say that every expression of the divinity is love, and each one of those expressions are also expressed into a different frequency. So Mahamrityunjaya is a form of love that is going to go into the dissolution of the karma. While there are other mantras like Gayatri that are, we could say, they're softer. They don't create the friction to dissolve, while Mahamrityunjaya is very potent. But all of them are love. So next question, Salome Achala. So if the mantra have a vibrational effect, why it is important to understand what it says? Because if that is the case, we will be valuing the mantra according with the intellect and not with the heart. And the answer is that we should, so it's useful to know the meaning of the mantra, but the most important part is to know the frequency and how it's affecting us. The mantra is going to come into three different instances. So first is the original code that is coming in Sanskrit, in the Vanagari code. Then goes into a transliteration, so how it is pronunciated, that in, and then how is the translation into the local language. So your question is, if it is necessary to know what is mantra saying to have it effects on me, and you public, please do my favor to indicate that is explaining correctly. The answer is no. So someone comes and tell me this mantra is very powerful and do it. And any mantra, the transliteration of the mantra, for example, Om, Ain, Hrim, Klin, Chamundaye, Vishay, and I don't know what the mantra says. But if I start doing the mantra, that mantra will have an effect on me, independent of that I know what it says or not. So what we are saying is that if you want to work with the cosmic forces, you should know the mantras, because you will be able to say, in this moment, I need a stronger force to dissolve the negativity. Or I need something sweet in me, and then I claim for a mantra that expresses love and compassion, like a mantra for Krishna or Rama. And the ones for Rama are also very brave and protection. But either way, if I have a mantra and I read it every day without knowing what it means, it will make an effect. Paola Tabora and Salazar Coria. They have a similar inquiry. So Mahamrityunjaya is also written in the principal verse of Rudra. So what is in making that Triambaka is the more valuable jewel of the Rudran, and why did we discard the rest? So the answer is that the Mahamrityunjaya is not only in the Rudran Namakam. No, we will see a little bit about this later. The Mahamrityunjaya is in other parts of the books of the Veda, and we don't discard the Rudran. Every mantra of the Rudran has a revelation and a potential by itself. So Mahamrityunjaya, yes, we could say that is the most beautiful jewel of the Rudran, and is actually from the Veda in totally, together with Gayatri Mantra. So if we use the same language of the question, we could say something like the Veda is, and according with the Acharyas and the Astris. So it says that the Veda have two big jewels, and one is the Gayatri and the other one is Mahamrityunjaya. So all the Rudran is very potent to invocate Shiva. And in our school, the school of Ma and Babaji, we study very deeply the complete Rudra. But our jewel, the final revelation, the one that is highlighted, is Mahamrityunjaya. And yes, it's because of the immortality. So Chacon is asking if they are going to have the initiation of the mantra, or is going to be only a practice. And the answer is that there will not be an initiation in a workshop like this. The initiation for this type of mantra, it will be an initiation on Shiva Kriya Yoga, and not even the first one, it will be the third one. But so this mantra have two different paths. The one that is doing it by a practice without any kind of initiation, and it will still have a lot of benefits. So you should not get complicated by the situation. At any moment that you want, if you want to have a formal initiation in Mahamrityunjaya, you can do it in this school or any other one that is taking Mahamrityunjaya as the main mantra. So in the Divine Values School, Mahamrityunjaya mantra is the main mantra. And this is because of the magnitude of the revelation that might receive it. Either way, the mantra will always have benefits that are very difficult to describe, and you should have some confidence on it. So the mantra will take you to say, I will get initiated. It should bring a harmonic situation and unification between you and the mantra, and you will be able to know if the step towards the initiation is the correct one. So someone told me that someone mentioned that it is possible to generate or to attain realization without the mantra. And the answer is really no. So what would we call mantra? And mantra we call to certain codes that are pronunciated. The word mantra is only Vedic, but a mantra is not only Vedic itself. So there are different codes by different traditions. For example, the Egyptians have a different codes. The Hebrews also have codes. The tradition from the Christian tradition also have different codes. Those ones in particular are from Latin, that is also a decantation of Sanskrit. And they are powerful because it was given a lot of power because of the spiritual body. It is necessary to use cosmic codes to attain certain levels of conscience and to activate the DNA helix. And that is determinant. Now, people might think whatever they want, but whoever is initiated, he knows that there is a moment that mantra is important. So, Kaibelis Lopez, the mantra about the victory over there is related with Agni, with the fire, so it's burning karma, and answer is yes, absolutely. Okay, thank you for the questions. I know that there are more over there, and we will do it at the moment. Okay, so let's go to back to the presentation. We are in Mahamrityunjaya mantra. Mahamrityunjaya is a powerful cosmic force that has been devised to be realized. It is so. That's how it was revealed to Shaktima. When it appears in front of you today, it clarifies the gradual aspect that leads to the truth. So, pay attention. Mahamrityunjaya is a powerful cosmic force that has been devised to be realized. When it appears in front of you today, it clarifies the gradual aspect that leads to the truth. So this is also related with the causality. The master said that we must understand that whoever's arrived to a place like this does it because of who comes to a potent light like this does it out of causality. He knows a mantra is because at some point he has already pronounced it. So remember also that all the different languages, the ones Indo-European, they are coming from Sanskrit. There is a mixture of Iranian over there, but all the different languages come from Sanskrit. And Spanish is not an exception. So for us, Sanskrit is the mother tongue. So it is very easy to go to the Sanskrit pronunciation without so many issues. Besides that, what they are trying to tell us is that in our previous lives, we probably already knew this code. So in the next slide, you have the Mahamrityunjaya mantra in the Vanagari code. And here it's important to make the differentiation that Sanskrit is the language, and the Devanagari are the symbols that are used to write down the Sanskrit. For example, Om is a mystery because that's previous to the Vanagari code, while all the Sanskrit is written in the Vanagari code. So just for you to have an idea of how beautiful it is. The Vaganagari means the place where you inhabit. Could be an area or a zone. So when we speak about the Devanagari code, it is about the place where the divinity is inhabiting. And in that code is written the whole Veda. And Mahamrityunjaya is part of it. So you have it there in the presentation. And then you have the transliteration. The transliteration of the thought, of the language or the code, have been studied for several years. So there are different ways to do the approximation of the transliteration of Sanskrit. We are presenting it here in a very simple form, and we will pronounce it together. And later on, even if we are not going to hear you, we are going to do a practice where you can have, where I'm going to offer that, and you should be able to repeat it. The Mahamrityunjaya mantra is not starting with Om, but with Triambakat, but we add Om as an essential part to invoke the principle, the unique principle. So it's pronounced Om Triambakam Yaya Mahe. yayamahe. Om Triambakam yayamahe. Suganhim pushtimandanam. Urvarukamiva vandanam. Metrior mukshiyamambaritat. Then you should pronounce every letter. We must to pay attention to the M's, which are very important in Sanskrit, and also in the combination of a consonant with an H. For example, in the word Suganhim. So we could, in Spanish, we could say Sugandin, because in Spanish the H is mu, is unspoken, but in the correct pronunciation is Sugandhim. Vardhanam, Bandhanam. So these are little details that eventually you will be able to attain. And in the web page is the mantra. So if you are not familiarized with this, you can also go back to the mantra. Om Triambakam. So there are also people that pronounce it like Triambakam. Triambakam. So and that will be an incorrect pronunciation. It's very common in the people, English-speaking people, because when they look try, they will probably say just try. So in Spanish, sometimes there is a little of advantage because we can actually say Om Triambakam Yayamahe. Basically because we have a different pronunciation. In Spanish we know how to say sh and etc. Yesterday we were also talking about the difference between pronouncing an N. So don't say N, just pronounce the N and you will see that it's N. So you must do the pronunciation placing, and while the M must to be with a closed mouth, and it will be So a master that we visit with Ma for many years, he used to say that after the M there can only be the silence. So the M is Shiva, and after Shiva everything ends. While the A is associated with Brahma, the A is the first letter of any code, A, alpha. And the U is the preservation. Then everything is reduced to O, and then M, that is the only one pronounced with a closed mouth. So for example, Triambakam Yayamahe. Sugandim Pushtivardhanam Urvaru Kamiva Vandanam Metrior Mukshiyamambaritat. So that will be the pronunciation, about far away from being perfect, but about what is the correct one. Then we have the translation of the mantra. I reverence to Lord Triambakam, the one of the three eyes, who spreads his fragrances in all directions and nourishes all beings, that in the same way as the fruit is thrown from the tree, be my being liberated of the bonds of death and led to immortality. So this will be the translation of the Mahamrityunjaya mantra. And we will go over this, going deeper into this point. So what is Mahamrityunjaya mantra according with Babaji and teachings? It is a quantum equation of photonic force designed to create a collapse spiral. And this is really quantum physics, which might be difficult to understand all of this. However, this is the language that Babaji uses to speak about this, because this is the evolutionary quantic evolution. So when we create collapse spirals, it's based on the love that we have, and it's also related with the collapse of the gravity, because everything is returning. That happens with the stars and the galaxies and etc. And it also happens with us in a simplified way. So there is also an association between mantra and breathing, and that generates a collapse spiral. That's what the mantra does. So Mahamrityunjaya mantra is a quantum equation of photonic force designed to create collapse spirals, opening up dimensional fields and allowing the descent of higher frequencies to the electromagnetic field of those who pronunciate it with love and conviction of assistance. So how much love has someone when is claiming for a mantra, then the mantra is going to come and maybe perhaps it will also affect the person. And when the person leads a mantra, it's possible that it also gets impacted on the frequency of the mantra, and it will be always in a positive way. So to the right of this slide, you also have the yantra, Mahamrityunjaya mantra. Every mantra has a yantra, and this is very advanced teachings. So every mantra can be expressed in in sacred geometry. This yantra, and you can see that the difference is only one letter, yantra mantra. In this yantra there is a lot of teachings initiated of higher initiation. And it is the expression of sacred geometry. When I say Om Triambakan Yayamahe Suganhim Pushtivardhana Uruvaru Kamivandanam Metrior Mukshiyamamrita. Basically, when I say it, I am drawing this yantra in the etheric form. Then in the following slide, you have Shiva Mahamrityunjaya in the anthropomorphic form. So the symbolisms, and if you know that an anthropomorphic form of Shiva, you will always see that it have a trident and other type of instruments that are not showing here. Here we have the Kalash with our bowls with Amrita. Amrita is nectar. And those are the bowls that have the Amrita of the immortality that Lord Shiva is offering. So this is the yantra, which is the sacred geometry, and the deity with the anthropomorphic symbols is this one. If you ask what is closer to the cosmic reality, that will be the yantra. The yantra is closer to the reality than the anthropomorphic form. But the anthropomorphic form helps us and helps the person who is just recently initiated to understand the aspects of Shiva. So there are always symbolic elements that we can talk a little bit about later. So Mahamrityunjaya is a legacy of superior truth. And is the most important mantra of the Vedic code, together with Gayatri mantra. And there is information that is registered that this mantra has been recited by priests and initiated over 6,000 years. It is highly possible that it was pronounced before. It have more than those years before. But we have a specific data that are indicating that. The mantra is present in different parts of the Vedic revelations. For example, in the Rig Veda, which is the first book of Veda, then in the Krishna Yajur Veda from Sri Rudram, in the 11 Anuvaka of the Rudran, which is the really famous one, it's also in the Shukla Yajur Veda, and also in the rituals of invocation of the Atharva Veda. So Mahamrityunjaya is present in different books and different points of the Veda. And this is also logic, because you must remember that the Veda was transmitted orally from master to disciple over years and years. And eventually, when it was written during the times of Mahavatar Krishna, the Mahamrityunjaya was included in several books. Of, books that could be of any material. So what the most famous one is the one that is in the Krishna, so the Yajurveda, the dark Yajurveda, because that's related with the phase of the moon. So the Yajurveda has two different parts, the Krishna and then the Sri Ruda instead. Mahamrityunjaya is attributed to a revelation of Lord Shiva. So you can imagine something like a futurist movie that I remember now a movie from Tom Cruise, a Minority Report, that you have a bunch of different screens, and it is like something like that. It's like the rich is meditating and is seeing all the different frequencies, and then from where Lord Shiva is located, just presents the information directly to the Rishi, at least one part of it. And then from that part of the Veda, the Rishi receives all the information in different levels, including the revelation of the mantra. And then it have the task to translate that to the humanity, what the mantra has as a goodness and everything else. So every mantra has at least one Rishi that received the mantra. In the case of Mahamrityunjaya, Shiva revealed this mantra to several Rishis. Shiva wasn't specific, so he did it actually to, for example, Vamadeva, and also Vashista and Kohala, also Markandeya and Shukracharya. So this is when we are going to do the presentation of the mantra. We say Asa Sri Asyasra Muhadeva Vahakolashya Rasa Krisha, and then we mention every one of the rishis. Then we will also speak about how they received the Mahamrityunjaya mantra. But right now we are going to do a little practice of Mahamrityunjaya during 4 or 5 minutes, and after that we will do the first activation. So the first practical proposal. So I will do it here, placing a tampura. So the practical proposal that we have now is that wherever you are located, please close your eyes. And please, let's do the pronunciation of Mahamrityunjaya. At the moment, it will not be so important to pay attention to if you are doing it correctly or not. Do it mostly in an intuitive way, trying to have the mantra impregnated in you. This is a short practice, so try to locate the corona chakra and visualize how the mantra is entering your body from there and how the mantra descends towards your heart chakra. So please close your eyes and visualize that. So we will do 11 repetitions of the Mahamrityunjaya. I will count them. please you don't count it. And then when we conclude the number 11, I will just do on chanty chanty, so you know that is the end of the practice. So close the eyes, do the visualization, perceiving the mantra as a light that is coming from the chakra corona and is inhabiting in the chakra corona, in the heart chakra, and is generating light there. So let's start with.
Yo lo voy a ir diciendo y ustedes lo repiten. Triambakam jayamahe Sugandhim pushtivardhanam Urvarukamiva bandhanan Mrityormukshiyamamritat Om Triambakam jayamahe Sugandhim pushtivardhanam Urvarukamiva bandhanan Mrityormukshiyamamritat Om Triambakam jayamahe Sugandhim pushtivardhanam Urvarukamiva bandhanam Mrityormukshiyamamritat Om Triambakam jayamahe Sugandhim pushtivardhanam Urvarukamiva bandhanan 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 Mrityormukshiyamamritat Om Triambakam jajamahe Sugandhim pushtivardhanam Urvarukamiva vandhanan Mrityurmukshiyamamritat Om Triambakam jajamahe Sugandhim pushtivardhanam Urvarukamiva vandhanan Mrityurmukshiyamamritat Om Triambakam jajamahe Sugandhim pushtivardhanam Urvarukamiva vandhanan Mrityurmukshiyamamritat Om Shanti Shanti Shanti
Great, Om Namah Shivaya. We did it 11 times. So the idea was that you should have a visualization of the mantra coming through your chakra corona and then going to your heart. It is possible that the mantra generated some other kind of experience or internal perception, and any question that you have related to that, you can just place it on the chat. So in my particular case, the Ajna chakra was more activated than the corona, even though I was doing the visualization that was requested. So the point is that you also can allow the mantra to operate wherever is better. So practice. Look, the first formal of practicing a mantra is by repetition. Repeating the mantras consciously, which is called japa. Japa means repetition of a mantra. And I insist, in some places should be my maybe tell her. So then, the constant repetition of the mantra is called japa. It's a sacred knowledge present in all spiritual tradition. This ancient wisdom uses the strength of mantra in conjunction with subtle cosmic laws, shaping various forms of work and application in the purpose of expanding consciousness. It is an immense resource of connection and vibrational adjustment with the different level of expression of the being. In this case, with the transformative and protective form of Lord Shiva. So when we do japa, it means that we are repeating the mantra. It has some characteristic, and I'm saying this for those that don't have too much experience of on japa, and also as a review for those who already have. So you can pronounce the mantra in different ways. The Vaikarya is the verbal repetition as we did it now. Upachanshu is the modulated repetition without sound. So like doing the movement without saying it. So it will be like that. It's an orange bag. It should be in some place. Then Upanshu is the modulation without the sound, so the articulation. Because when we are articulating the body, it's also creating signals, and it's an action. Even though the sound is not really going out, it is an inner way. Then we have Manasika, which is the mental repetition. without pronunciation and just saying it mentally. Then is the one that we call a Likita Japa, there is the writing repetition. So like a modern, the mantra, I write it. And in the way that I'm writing it, I also pronounce it. Then we have also, these are very powerful repetitions that happen to people that are repeating the mantra for a long period of time. So a japa japa is like repeating without repeating it. So it is like when you are repeating the mantra without wanting to repeat it is involuntary. Perhaps it already happened to you with some mantra. So you start practicing Mahamrityunjaya or Jagatri or something like that, and eventually you just do any activity and you are repeating the mantra. That's called ajapa. Ajapa japa shows the impregnation of the mantra within yourself in a very natural way, in a very nata. And then nidra japa is the repetition of the mantra in a dream. Is when the mantra shows up in a dream, and it could be in a different circumstances, and then during your dream the mantra shows up. For example, you are in a difficult situation and the mantra just shows up there and you start Triambakam Jayamahe. So these are different ways to repeat the mantra. And to repeat it, we also have a mala, like the one that I have here. And this one is a mantra of Rudraksha, which is used to repeat the mantra. We will not explain how to do this, but whoever has something, one of these, I can also let you know that we are going to try to close with a fire, a sacred fire of Mahamrityunjaya, which is the highest level of practices, and who has a mala that is not consecrated to this mantra, it can consecrate it right now. So whoever doesn't have elements to do sacred fire in their home, we send already an email indicating the details on how to do it, including a sankalpa or a purpose that should write already, and it should be burned in the fire. So those ones that we ask to do a little, to put a candle on top of a plate, it will be to burn the paper and the ashes to fall on the plate. So the chapamala is a very powerful artifact, and we will not explain it completely. It's just a way to repeat the mantra. And every mala have 108 counts, and those are the basic repetitions for this solar system, the one that where we live on. And we have 108 frequencies coming from the sun. Those are 9 by 12. So Mahamrityunjaya is written in Vedic prose in a metric known as Anustup. So it is a metric that I say, I walk by your house, and so it have a prose and a metric. So every Vedic mantra have a specific metric. The metric of Mahamrityunjaya is called Anustashput, and it consists of 4 sentences of 8 syllables each one, and how many mysteries. Every phrase is called pada. So these different padas keep a lot of mysteries that are revealed under initiation. Then we have the transliteration and the translation that we already reviewed. And then we have the different padas. So Triambakam Yayamahe, reverence to the Lord of the Three Eyes. So Bakam is so Triambakam is referring to the three eyes. but it's also referring to the Lord of the Three. Everything that is three, for example, the Trimurti, the three gunas, Sattva, Vajasta, Tamas, the three words, and also the three different energetic channels, Pindala, Iga, Sushumna, and also Amba is mother. So when it's talking Amba Kali, it's not talking about the mother Kali. So when we are also speaking about Triambakam, it is referring to the Lord of the three Shaktis. And the Shaktis are the ones that give energy to the whole universe. So here is also referring to the different Shaktis. So then Yayamahe is reverence or I honor. Suganhim Pushtivardhanan. Suganhin is the fragrance, while Pushti is about the nourishment. Uruvaru Kamiva Vandanan. This is related, Uruva is like a fruit, it's similar to a watermelon, but it's actually any fruit. Vandanan, it is related with the tides or the nuts that I have that are tying me. So that in the same way that the fruit is pulled from the tree. Uruvaru Kamiva Vandanan. So Viva Vandanam is to take away, to pull it from the different tree. Then Mitrior Muchiyam Amrita, being freed from death and lead to immortality. So immortality or no death. So Rit is death, Amrit is the contrary, immortality. Virya is acknowledgement, avirya will be acknowledgement. So Amrit is also a nectar. That's why the Shiva Mahamrityunjaya is providing Amrit or this nectar of immortality. Is providing the frequency of the nectar is this immortality nectar. Of course, with the time that we have, we will not really go super deep in everything. So this is one of the first approximations to the mantra. It is in which the soul asks to be freed from the wheel of birth and death to reach the highest states of evolution. So how to activate Mahamrityunjaya? You can do it with a japa mala, performing a conscious note practice of repetitions and invocation. The minimum required one is doing 108. There is no maximum of loops of the japa mala. The more that we do, we will have more benefits. So if you want to practice Mahamrityunjaya, it is also not going to affect anyone else. Any benefits is going to come to you. And the highest quantity of mantra that you do will be more benefits for you. So the first way to do Mahamrityunjaya is with a mala. So here is my mala that is safe in a little bag after many years of practice. When I do Mahamrityunjaya, I do it here. This little bag here have the option or the nice option that a finger can go out and we don't touch the mala with that one. So whoever has a mala can do it in a simpler way, and I will do it in this way. So Uruvaru Kami Vandana Metror Muchiyam Amritat, On Triambakanjaya Mahe Sugandim Pustivardhana, Uruvaru Kami Vandana Metror Muchiyam Amritat, and so on until you create the 108. That's the first form and the classic form to practice Mahamrityunjaya Japa. Now there are other ways to do it that maybe you don't know it. So for example, there is one that is called Vuruchap, which is repeating the Mahamrityunjaya at sunrise. And that's specifically important because of the energetic field that it has. A lot of people in India actually repeat a specific mantra always at sunrise. Then there is something that is called Hora. So Hora is the planet that is ruling that day, um, probably related with also with the ascendant. Um, so for example, Monday is ruled by the moon and Tuesday is ruled by Mars. So when I sing the mantra down, I sing the mantra to the Hora. So to the planet that is ruling the day. And in that way, that planet will be beneficious to me and is going to create an auspicious day to me. So that's what is called Bora Japa. The Japa at the sunrise to make the day auspicious to me. Then we also have Ratri Japa, which is repeating the Mahamrityunjaya just before bedtime. And in this way, you go into sleeping in a conscious level that, for example, Chantima always talks about this. So about how go into an state of sleeping and dreaming, knowing that that's the state that when we have more contact with the astral level, and in this way we have a better level. And in the moment that we are just going to fall asleep and start repeating the mantra, and that will impregnate it in me and generate a different state of consciousness. Then we have Sandhya Japra, which is pronouncing the mantra at dawn, at noon, and at dusk. And we can decide the different repetitions. The minimum of repetition for Mahamrityunjaya will be 3. But if you are going to do Sandhya Japa, for example, if you do 3 at sunrise, you should do also 3 at noon and 3 and sunset. It's not doing 3 and then 5 and then 8, or 3 and then 27 and then 12. No, you should always do the same quantity and every time. This, with these practices, we are impregnating the mantra into the ether. So the final considerations: the mantra must be pronounced in balance. That is to say, it must be done in multiple of 3. But sometimes we also pronunciate it in a multiplication of 8 because it have 8 syllables. We have 4 padas, multiplied by 8 is 24, which is 24, and is similar to Gayatri that have 24 syllables. So those are exceptions, and it's considered an exception when Mahamrityunjaya is performed. So we can do as many loops of mala as we want. So in this way, we are repeating the mantra to the ether. Every time that we repeat the mantra, we are opening a portal, and the vibration of the mantra is coming inside my electromagnetic field, and it's going to stretch it. The second practice that we are going to introduce is the connection with the water. And we will do it if you can. And we will review some practices of the connection of the mantra with the different elements. And then we will go through the energetic part, the exoteric part, the one that you need to know, and why this mantra is a link with each one of the elements. So the connection of Mahamrityunjaya with water, okay, like this. This connection is very interesting. So we have here a glass with water. We know that every element that in Sanskrit is called tattvas are susceptible of being modulated by the vibration, the voice of the mantra. In this case, we are going to speak about mantras exclusively. So if you remember Masaru Emoto, he used to speak to the water. He didn't say only mantras, he said different words. And even with words that cannot be reproduced, And after he will say something to the water, he will just take a picture of the crystal of water and see how this crystal was very harmonic or very distorted according with the frequency of the word. So Masaru Emoto just corroborate what the riches said, the possibility of the water to perceive the different frequencies of the sounds. So a practice that we can do with Mahamrityunjaya is that every time that you drink a noble liquid, not whiskey or no beer, because those have low frequency, a noble liquid like water, which is sensitive to being impacted or being modulated by the mantra in a very light way, especially Mahamrityunjaya. So if you want, and so I actually have here, so I'm going to tell you the story. So if you can take a glass of water, about half of the glass, we will do a practice about that. But before, I want to tell you that with Ma and a group of people from the school, we actually met Masaru Emoto. And during a meeting that the Solar Maya tradition did and we met him over there. He who speaks perfect English. And well, at some point we told him that our school is the main mantra of our school is Mahamrityunjaya, and he was very happy about it, and he left. But then we thought that we said something wrong because he left very quickly. But the reason why he left is because he went into his bedroom and he brought to us this that you can show here, that probably you can show then to the camera, this little metal that we have here. I don't know if you can see it or we can get it closer. Can they see it? So what you're going to be able to see there is that he gave us many of these images and he told us. So this is the crystal of water when the Mahamrityunjaya mantra is intonated. So that's how it looks, the crystal of water when the Mahamrityunjaya mantra is intonated. And he gave us many of these images. We kept all of these ones with a lot of appreciation and gratitude because of what he was. But well, then we also knew or corroborate what we already knew, that the high frequency of the mantra. So for this very simple practice, you just need to take a glass of water that you can do it now or later. This doesn't need to be at a specific time of the day. It will be great if the very first liquid that you drink in the morning is impregnated with Mahamrityunjaya mantra. But during the day you can also do it as well. But it is very, very good, very beneficial if the first liquid is with Mahamrityunjaya mantra. There are other practices that also put the ashes of sacred fire in the water, but well, those are different practices. For doing Mahamrityunjaya Shala, you take the glass with your left hand, covering the glass and your mouth with the right hand, and then you pronunciate the mantra into the water with all the love that you can have and all the gratitude that you can have. Om Triambakam Yayamahe Suganhim Pushtivardhanan Urvarukamivandanan Metrior Mukshiyamamritat. Om Triambakam Yayamahe Suganhim Pushtivardhanan Urvarukamivandanan Metrior Mukshiyamamritat. If you don't know any melody, Om Triambakam Yayamahe Suganhim Pushtivardhanam Urvarukamivandanan Metrior Mukshiyamamritat. And then you, after impregnating the water 3 times, change the glass to the right hand and start drinking it while you repeat the mantra Manasika in your mind. Well, I have time to drink it and repeat it 3 times while I was drinking. So this is an elemental practice. So the first practice that we did was the pronunciation, and it's very energetic, expanding the electromagnetic field. And then we did the connection with the water. Then you have in the presentation, and well, everything that is in the presentation is also in the web page that is called Mahamrityunjaya Project. Then the majority of the practices that we're going to propose are in that page. So Mahamrityunjaya is this one. So remember that the first liquid in the morning should be Mahamrityunjaya, and then during the day it can also be. Then when you are cleaning your hands, washing your hands with water, you should also do it. When you put water in your face, especially at night, you should also sing the mantra. That every time that you are taking this element is being impregnated by the mantra. This is a different way of life. It's a lifestyle. Where taking a shower, for example, whatever is the frequency of your showers, it should also be done. You can also sing, if you sing in the shower, sing Mahamrityunjaya. So here is the explanation. So here we say that while you take the water or taking a shower or cleaning your hands. So now it says break, but that's a mistake. It's not like that. So questions. So many people are asking if you can repeat the pronunciation of the mantra. And yes, we will do it many times. And I'm going to do it now without the tampura. We'll do it 3 times, and if you want, you can repeat it. Just to be sure that you are doing it correctly. Om Triambakam Yayamahe Suganhim Pushtivardhanam Uruvarukamiva Vandanan Metriormukshiyamambritat. Om Triambakam Yayamahe Suganhim Pushtivardhanam Uruvarukamiva Vandanam Metriormukshiyamambritat. Om Triambakam Yayamahe Suganhim Pushtivardhanam Uruvarukamivandanam Metriormukshiyamambritat. So that's the pronunciation. We will do it more, so don't worry about it. It will be, it's becoming a little late, so we will need to cut some part of the workshop. But, well, I want to talk about the 3 levels of actions. So Mahamrityunjaya is a potent equation of cosmic energy that operates on 3 levels. The electromagnetic field, the mantra generates by resonance the descent of high frequencies to the vibrational field of the practitioner. It is the cosmic response to the negative attacks on the portent of lights of human DNA. So something like happened right now with the pandemic, what we need to do is estrange or make stronger our electromagnetic field. So independent of what is the situation that we have right now, the main problem of the human beings is the break of the electromagnetic fields. And remember that a lot of people say that that the coronavirus was make it stronger and even created by the technology of 5G. And that's not something that is hidden. So if you protect your electromagnetic field, you are also protecting your DNA. That's something that is not so well known. There is another aspect that is the mental field. So Mahamrityunjaya mantra is able to reduce the anxiety and fear that such situations of collective paranoia produces. The constant pronunciation generates calm and mental stability. The first sensation that you have Mahamrityunjaya of calm is impressionant. It is really amazing. So Mahamrityunjaya modulates the frequency of the cells by its impact on the membranes. By epigenetics, it strengthens the nucleus where the DNA chain is located. So Mahamrityunjaya is activating is a code that activates the higher fields of the DNA. So these are the different ways. So electromagnetic field, the mental one, and the DNA. So Mahamrityunjaya is a code of light that produces the following effects. And there is a lot of people, this is very important. There are a lot of people that remain on the more basic points. So Mahamrityunjaya opens portals to the sense of cosmic energy. And the cosmic energy that is descending with Mahamrityunjaya is cosmic of transformation and destruction of darkness. That's the energy that is being called by resonance. It's coming the descent of that energy. Then it also produces the expansion and strengthening of the electromagnetic field. We already spoke about that. Align the practitioner with the higher self. So this is very important because when you are practicing Mahamrityunjaya, everything gets into order. Everything gets aligned in your own system, in your mental and physical side and emotional. But sometimes even also our external parts, because we must remember that our karma also generates or modulates our external physical environment. So the effects of Mahamrityunjaya in my present is going to be a pulse that it will modify everything, including the external reality. Then, if Mahamrityunjaya produces external effects that you related as a negative, probably about 1 month later you will realize that great, awesome, it's much better that it happened. And don't cry about it because that force know much better than you. As some people actually say, and there is some people, anyone over there, someone might say that Swami said that if I sing Mahamrityunjaya, my girlfriend would break up with me, and it happens to you, Kiki. You have a girlfriend and you did Mahamrityunjaya and she left. But the truth is that if the girlfriend is aligned with your higher being, with your superior being, then she will remain. The Mahamrityunjaya also overcome diseases. Is many sadhus in India says that it's conquering any diseases, healing the physical body. So don't think that Mahamrityunjaya is miraculous. It is whatever it does is just the consequence of a higher frequency in your electromagnetic field. And then it's evident that Mahamrityunjaya, the mantra of the victory over death, is able to heal diseases. And that is just like that because of the energetic effect, the quantic effect that the mantra has in the cellular level, in the electromagnetic field. So, accident prevention of any kind. And this is very interesting. So I always make jokes about this. When I go into an airplane, I always sing Mahamrityunjaya mantra. And Chantima sings Gayatri mantra, which are the two mantras, the biggest mantra that are related as well. There are many others. But I always say, Shakti, that if we go in an airplane, if one doesn't work, then the other one will. And the truth is that why is that this is happening? And this is very complex to explain. So I will try to speed up, and there will be parts of the workshop that we cannot do, but we will do the fire. That is what we want to do. So why is that it prevents accident? It's because if you are creating, so imagine that for some reason of your karma, and we will explain this with a story. So imagine that you have one day where there is one event that is a causal event generated by an external incident. And when you generate the frequency of the Mahamrityunjaya, it is generating an electromagnetic field, a pulse in your electromagnetic field and everything that is around you. That might change the vectorization of the space-time to make that causality that was going to produce you an accident will not happen. So we might think that the mantra is going to evitate it in a certain way, but it's doing everything under the law, according with the law. The mantra modulates the frequencies of space-time to avoid an accident. Why? Because it's generating higher frequencies. So you should not use Mahamrityunjaya mantra just to prevent accidents. But this is a reality of a level that we cannot ignore. How is that a code can modulate the causality? So imagine that perhaps today in my causality it was a planet that I will have a traffic accident, a transit accident. But I'm doing the mantra all the time. All the time. So what will happen? So in an unconscious way, Swami Varakali, I am going out and the Swami calls me. Swami, please come here, take this and take it to someone else. And those 10 seconds that were produced by a superior, a higher causality will make that the car that I was going to collide with just pass. So how is that a traffic accident happens? So it's the causality that makes all of those different actors will coincide and collide in one point. So I'm telling all of this without really understanding completely. But it is part of the acknowledgement that everyone is doing unconsciously every time that is repeating Mahamrityunjaya. We are talking about exoteric aspects that are very deep and about how a mantra can change lines of causality in space-time. Protection and safekeeping against negative energies. So I have a very potent electromagnetic field is produced by the exercise of the mantra, and then the dark energies of the negative energies cannot touch it. So also conquers the fears and death. So that the Lord of the Three Eyes, that one that So remember that the mantra, the translation of the mantra is talking also about pulling us a fruit out of the tree. So, and that is related with conquering the fear to death, and also the dissolution of the negative karma, and it is also related with taking it off out of the wheel of death and die. So conquering the fear to death, it makes that gradually is going to allow you or to dissolve that fear to death. And I was thinking on doing an statistics to see how people change and change and start dissolving and the fear of death start facing away just by practicing Mahamrityunjaya. So I cannot say that the fear today is completely gone, is going to be completely gone, because there is always a cellular level that is attached to that one. But so if I die today, doesn't it's not related with the fact that I might speak about that or not, or of the fear that don't speak about that because you will attract it. So one can also realize about how much fear I have to death by having an experience close to the death. And then by having a man and practicing with a mantra like this one, you can also see how that is shift into a different way. And just remember that death is just moving from one place to another level of consciousness. But with Mahamrityunjaya, it is we are conquering the highest fear that humanity has. That's the fear of death. And Varanasi, where we have an ashram, thanks to Shiva, is also the city for the dead. And then we also speak about the power of dissolution of negative karma. So Mahamrityunjaya is fire, as someone that has made a question ask it. The fire is pure, and the fire is also time. The fire is an acceleration of time because it's consuming everything that time consumes. Then we must understand that Mahamrityunjaya is fire and burns the karma. Fire in this meaning of tattva. There is a fire that is visible and obvious, and there is one that is invisible. And Mahamrityunjaya is that fire tattva, is dissolution, is the removing the negative karma, the parabra. It also produces the extension of physical life. And so we can have the story of this Rishi Markandeva, which his story is also related with the quantic lines. So there was a couple, I don't remember the names, two devotees of Shiva that were not able to have a child, and then Shiva offered them a possibility. You can have a child that is very devout and wise, but it will only live 16 years. Or you can have a child without faith, a dumb, that can live many, many years. And the parents, without a doubt, decided for the child that was a wise and a devout, the one that was in a higher consciousness. And this kid, Markandeya, was always doing sadhana of Shiva. And then in the day that he was going to turn 16 came, and then the death of the god of death asked for Markandeya because it was the day to go away. And when the senders of the death arrived, Markandeya was doing Mahamrityunjaya. So they came back with Yama and say, we were not able to go inside because he was doing his act of devotion. So the own Yama went to take Markandeya by himself. And then you have Markandeya, Shiva, and the Lingam, and Yama. And Markandeya was singing Mahamrityunjaya. And the god Yama just sang like a lightning, but from the Lingam it came fire and burns everything, and Shiva came. So Shiva came and killed Yama, killing the dead of the dead. Killing the dead, the god of the dead. And also giving Markandeya the immortality. So whoever knows the story of Babaji, these also have a lot of sense. And then all of the gods came asking for Shiva to bring Yama into life, to resuscitate him. So the god of death came back from death. So the strength or the force of Mahamrityunjaya is related with that. It extends the physical life, even that your destiny is marked by something. So this is also related with the prevention of accidents. So if a person with Mahamrityunjaya decides to create evolutionary time, the force of life, the divinity can also generate the grace to deviate the causality because of the action, because of the evolutionary action, the transformation action, moving the space-time lines that were destined for a soul to evolve. And all of that is related with the quantum space-time variables. That's related with the gravitational theory and so on. And well, all of that is done by Mahamrityunjaya. Then we also have the creation of evolutionary time. So, Mahamrityunjaya is Triambakam because acting in the present is burning the fire, is burning the past, and also creating the future. So the time is intervened by the Mahamrityunjaya. When I sing the Mahamrityunjaya, I am intervening into the dissolution of my karmic past and also liberating my future. And in my present, I am creating evolution. So that's why we also say that it's an accelerator of the evolution, conquering the dead and granting immortality. So someone might also ask if the mantra can be seen in the benefits of someone else. So Mahamrityunjaya is designed in principle for the work of the transformation and realization of each being. It is possible in certain cases to protect it towards other beings that require strength of light and assistance for different reasons. To do this, there are strict regulations, which if transgressed, produce negative effect on those who pronounce the mantra. So there are laws that must to be followed. So those who receive initiation in Mahamrityunjaya mantra are the ones from a master that was this master is the one who can provide so the practitioner must to do the practice constantly for at least 1 year. It must to receive authorization from the master to project the mantra to someone else. Also, it should have authorization of this other person from the one that is going to receive the intention of the mantra. And never use the mantra negatively. So, if you think that someone is going to is someone creating is creating ill to you, And so for you to try to protect from that person, don't try to visualize the other person. If you want to protect yourself, you just visualize um, yourself being protected by the mantra. Don't try to do it inversely, because Mahamrityunjaya doesn't work in that way. Don't visualize the other person, visualize yourself always being protected by the mantra. So if these conditions are met, so the initiation, working the mantra for a year, asking permission to the master, asking permission to the person that is going to receive the mantra, and so on, then visualize the person to whom you want to send the frequency of Mahamrityunjaya with the purpose of the you want to do it. Then recite the mantra at least 108 times, and you can do more, making a conscious request. And keep in mind that if the practitioner sending the mantra have not worked hard enough on his own transformation, this sentence will not pay off.
So let's see. I would like to synthesize a little bit the practices to the practice of pranayama. But before that, I would like to move towards first to understand the mantra and the elements. If you want to go forward to the next slide. The main purpose of the evolutionary conscious action, let's do a resume, a synthesize. Let's talk about the importance of the mantra in the elements. And then we're going to talk a little bit about the qualities of the mantra in the experience 8. And then we're going to practice pranayama. All the rest of the practices are in the page of the project Mahamrityunjaya. All the other practices with water, with earth, with the sun, etc. But we're not going to have enough time to see all of them. So why this is like this? We are constituted by the tattvas, by the elements. If you see the image here, you're going to see that each element is symbolized by a perfect solid. So when we are working Mahamrityunjaya with the water, I'm activating the tattva water in me, and I'm exchanging with that element that configures that reality from a principle of high frequency. I don't know if I'm explaining this well, but when I work with the water like we did before, and I impregnate the water with that element, I'm activating the tattva water in myself, but I'm also relating with that element that configures the prakriti, the surrounding in which I live. I'm relating with that. I'm delivering high frequency to that element. If I chant to this water, all the water is going to understand that I have or I want to establish a loving relationship with that element. And in the same way, when I work with the earth, what it's called earthing, to walk consciously that I'm being held by such a powerful element as the earth, and delivering the energy of Mahamrityunjaya to receive the energy, is to activate the element water in myself, Muladhara chakra, and at the same time to relate in a harmonic and loving way with that element that surrounds me. So all the elements that, remember, that are habitating by non-visible elements in this plane, gnomes, sylphies, salamanders, according to the Occidental tradition, they rule the elements. I'm relating in a loving way with the elements every time that I'm conscious of them and delivering them a mantra like Mahamrityunjaya. So this is not only for my own benefit to work with the mantra combined with the elements. It's also loving offering that I'm making to the element itself and in general to everything that exists. That doesn't matter because you have to do it without thinking about the fruit of your action. But I'm relating in the morphic field with that element in the most loving way possible. So that's why we are an equation that combines 5 elements, and those 5 elements configure our DNA, etc. So the relationship with the mantra and the elements, it's very important. So let's see what it says here in the next slide. Forced with such devastating and aggressive mechanism, we must intensify the force and the volume, the elementality. That means that in front of the impact of this virus that has been designed, that has been created, this was a deliberate element. We have to intensify the forces and intensify to harmonize everything through the Mahamrityunjaya in the elementality that we can produce to ourselves, and the new circumstances believed to be the resource for the new evolutionary journey that has been imposed on them as humanity. We have in a place in which we have to have more will of action to harmonization and the evolutionary time actions towards creating evolutionary time, because the planet all has been impacted by a low frequency. Even if I don't see it, but frequency, it's there. So it's urgent that the awakening beings generate high frequency to accelerate the acceleration of active protons, everything that Babaji says, and Ma. So in the page of Mahamrityunjaya, you're going to have practices of connection with the fire, with the water, with crystals, with the mantra that we did, with the prana which we're going to make, meditation, connection with the earth, and connection with the sun. Let's see that I have here 2 black stones of protection. There says that they must be black stones because Mahamrityunjaya, it's fundamentally of protection and dissolution of bad energies. So there's people that says, can I use a crystal of rose quartz? It's not the vibrationally resonance of the rose quartz. It's not as close to the Mahamrityunjaya. Here I have a gift that we received. This is a stone called Shingita, it's called in Spanish. It's a stone that you can find in Russia of high concentration of carbon. It's black, it's a stone of protection. It's consecrated to Mahamrityunjaya. And these stones that you can see here, it's also consecrated. This is my personal stone. To consecrate this stone, the instructions are in the Mahamrityunjaya page. Clean it with water, then put it in the sun, and then chant the mantra to the molecular constitution of the stones. And it's consecrated to the mantra, and it becomes an aspect of protection. This is called Mahamrityunjaya Ratna. In the page, you can have all the techniques of connection with the earth, which are very beautiful. But I wanted to reach to the experience 8. Swami, can you come here a little bit? Or Kika or someone, that I want to prepare something. Okay, the experience 8, it was a proposal that we did, I think around 2 weeks ago that it started, and they were 8 days of 8 meditations revealed directly by the Mother Shaktiananda, received by her, revealing the 8 qualities, principal qualities of the Mantra Mahamrityunjaya. So for those who participate, there were like 5,000 people. It was very interesting because someone that participated said that 1,580, it makes 8. They end into 8s, but it also makes 8, which is the magical number of the Mahamrityunjaya, which is also the number of time. So you have to see Mahamrityunjaya mantra as absolutely vinculated to the variables of the time and space. Mahamrityunjaya looks towards the past and dissolves it with fire. It keeps a fire lighted in the present, and it projects a fire of freedom towards the future. In this experience 8, we did 8 meditation with the 8 qualities. The experience 8 is going to be open, or it was open until the day 25. So you can subscribe until the day 25. The day 25, the registers of inscription, they're gonna be closed. I'm gonna make here a parenthesis because in English we haven't delivered the experience 8 from which Swami Shivananda is talking about. This experience, it's a trip in a spaceship, in an amazing spaceship, a trip towards your own being, towards the space, through the space. So in this experience A, the 8 meditations that are delivered are the next ones. The first meditation has to do with the qualities of the mantra, alignment to the law and the universal regency, Triambakam Yayamahe. I allied towards the regency of the force of transformation. I allied to the laws of the universe that represent Shiva. This is the first meditation. Remember what we said this morning. If I'm not allied to the laws and I know the laws, I have no way of transformate and to deliver in light towards anything. There's an affirmation in this first meditation that it says, every instance allows me to keep the order of my creation. For this, my refuge is in light. So in each moment of the time, I get attached to the law. That's why my refuge is in light. The second of meditations, once that I'm allied to that regency, I receive the creative force in me. This is Sugandhim Pushtivardhanam. I allow that cosmic force of light nurse me to fulfill me with photonic field. The affirmation of the second day says, I open myself to the well-created and I configurate in me the force of light to advance. The third meditation, it's Urvarukamiva Bandhanam. I go to a light, or I'm going to ask to the transforming force to act over me, to invoke the force of transformation. I invoke the creative and transformative forces of the law, so that from their assistance in light, they regulate my conscious action towards my freedom. See how beautiful. I deliver my conscious act as to the transformative force to act over me. Understand and evoke the force of transformation. I invoke the creative forces of the law, so from their assistance in light, they regulate my conscious action towards my freedom. See how beautiful. I deliver my conscious actions to the force of the superior law. So it's not my will to work, but the will of the superior being. This is the third meditation, very powerful. Fourth meditation, that it has to be with the benefits of the mantra. The healing in the most human forms. I know that to achieve the transcendation and the immortality, I have to heal my most human forms, not only the physical forms, but the aspects of the souls which I decided to be with, the space in which I decided to be in. I have to harmonize with those forces. That's why the fourth meditation says that I know I am now in the conscious action to heal what as a human I did not understand of my existence. Because you did not understood, you make karmic mistakes. So now I'm making conscious actions to heal, even if it's a physical pain, a relationship, etc. The fifth meditation, once that I am doing the evolutive work, I ask assistance and protection because I'm doing the evolutive work. And when that force sees me in a conscious action, it's going to protect me so I can make those actions. That's why the affirmation says, I am conscious and I trust in the force of light that created me, assists me and protects me. One of the more powerful formulas of the Mahamrityunjaya is the protection and the assistance. The sixth meditation is the demolishing energy of the dissolution of karma. Here we are going into the deep parts of the Mantra Mahamrityunjaya. Allow to Mahamrityunjaya to descend to the underground of my unconsciousness, where it's my negative karma, and grab from there all those patterns of low frequencies. I claim her. It doesn't say I ask, I invoke. It says I claim to the destructive energy force to reactivate in me the action dissolution plan of everything that I am not. Read this affirmation to see how powerful it is. I claim her to the destructive energy force to reactivate in me the action dissolution plan of everything that I am not. Remember that we says that Shiva Mahamrityunjaya dissolves all the aspects that are not light. The seventh meditation, the acceleration of evolutionary time. Everything that we have talked about the time, we haven't talked about in the school until this point. The capability there is to move the line of time and space, to accelerate the frequencies of time and space. If I have a very heavy karma, the frequency of the time is very different in me. It's like in a planet. If there's a very heavy planet, the space and time, it's modulated according to the mass of that planet. If you saw Interstellar, you know that. If I am very dense karmically and very heavy karmically, the time in me acts in some way. If there's some person that is very light in karma, the time acts in a different way. It's fascinating to see the mantras in this form. Mahamrityunjaya can take me to an acceleration of more evolutive time in spite of of having a lot of karmic weight. That's why it says, I remain in the conscious record of my time-space chosen to achieve the being that I am. There are 8 meditation, extraordinary meditation. The last one, the immortality of the being, the gratitude. The immortality has to be with the transcendence of the consciousness, not with the physical immortality. That's why the Mahamrityunjaya takes me to the immortality, to not born again in this planet, to not have to not forget the death, to be born in the spaces which are originally mine, which are not in this planet, in spite of how beautiful we see it. We come from other places, from other stellar places, and I'm conscious of my irrevocable idea of freeing myself from this human form. It's not that I want to die, it's that I want to dissolve my karma and achieve the immortality. I want to release myself from this human form. That's why we came to this plane. I thank myself for my decision. This is the 8th meditation. So I would like to ask you, if you haven't done this practice, you can do it, because I think that it will be an extraordinary experience, and especially haven't done this workshop of the Mahamrityunjaya mantra. So we are gonna combine now. Once we're gonna prepare this space here to do the fire. What do we want to do with you? Get ready anything that you have of the fire, even if it's a candle in a plate. That's enough. And see the benefits, review the benefits that we have been talking about the Mahamrityunjaya. For example, if you know someone, I'm going to put an example. If you know someone that has left this plane recently, and you want to impulse them in their ascension, you can consecrate this sacred fire to that being. If there's someone that needs physical healing, you can also think in that person, but you can also go towards yourself. I want to activate the dissolution of my karma. I want to get over my fear over one thing or another. I want to have will to develop my evolutive time. You can do that. This is called sankalpa. You can make any petition. If you can write it in a paper, it's better, because that paper you're gonna burn it at the moment of the fire. We're gonna also give some indications to the fire before we start, but get your set ready, even if it's a candle, a ghee lamp, or your fire. So in between 7 or 10 minutes, we can gather here together again so we can finally do the fire. And if after the fire you have any other questions, I will lovingly answer them. Page Mahamrityunjaya. There you have all the techniques, because we have talked about the mantra, which was the important thing, its benefits. We have shown some techniques, but in the page you have all the techniques written down, and in the experience 8 you can also we're gonna give, with a little bit of time, the page of the experience 8 in English. We're gonna practice Mahamrityunjaya mantra with the prana and the fire, and in that form we're gonna close the workshop. So we gather here again in 10 minutes.
सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मुक्षीयमामृतात् स्वाहा ॐ त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मुक्षीयमामृतात् स्वाहा ॐ त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मुक्षीयमामृतात् स्वाहा ॐ त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मुक्षीयमामृतात् स्वाहा ॐ त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मुक्षीयमामृतात् स्वाहा ॐ त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मुक्षीयमामृतात् स्वाहा ॐ त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मुक्षीयमामृतात् स्वाहा ॐ त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मुक्षीयमामृतात् स्वाहा ॐ त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान्
Tan pura se pone después para el mantra. Om Namah Shivaya. Triambakam yayamahe sugandhim pushtivardhanam urvarugamiva vandanam mrityormukshyamamritat swaha. Om Triambakam yayamahe sugandhim pushtivardhanam urvarugamiva vandanam mrityormukshyamamritat swaha. Om. Cada quien recuerde la motivación, la petición, el sankalpa cada vez que suene la palabra swaha. Kamiva vandanam mrityormukshyamamritat swaha. Om Triambakam yayamahe sugandhim pushtivardhanam urvarugamiva vandanam mrityormukshyamamritat swaha. Om Triambakam yayamahe sugandhim pushtivardhanam urvarugamiva vandanam mrityormukshyamamritat swaha. Om Triambakam yayamahe sugandhim pushtivardhanam urvarugamiva vandanam mrityormukshyamamritat swaha. Om Triambakam yayamahe
sugandhim pushtivardhanam
urvarugamiva vandanam mrityormukshyamamritat swaha. Om Triambakam yayamahe sugandhim pushtivardhanam urvarugamiva vandanam mrityormukshyamamritat swaha. Om Triambakam yayamahe sugandhim pushtivardhanam urvarugamiva vandanam mrityormukshyamamritat swaha. Om Triambakam yayamahe sugandhim pushtivardhanam urvarugamiva vandanam mrityormukshyamamritat.
Por todas y cada una de las personas que se han conectado y han ahondado en lo que es su entendimiento, su comprensión y su sentir a través de los mantras.
For each and every person who are connected and have gone deeper in what is their understanding and their feeling through the mantras.
Pushtivardhanam urvarugamiva vandanam mrityormukshyamamritat.
Por todas aquellas personas que se desconocen, desconociendo así al resto de todo lo que en ellos existe, particularmente estas prácticas que para algunos resultan extrañas, desconocidas, para que se abran sus conciencias.
For all those who deny themselves, those ignoring everything that exists in them, particularly these practices that for some are strange, unknown, to open their consciousness.
Por todas aquellas personas que padecen, desconociendo a sí mismo lo que son, lo que contienen y las formas del ser que los alivian y los protegen.
For all those people who suffer not knowing themselves, what they are, what they contain, and the forms of the being that relieve and protect them.
Por quienes han perdido su aliento y se sienten así, desalentados, confundidos, para que retomen una y otra vez su respiro y su aliento interno y no desfallezcan y se propongan seguir.
For those who have lost their breath and feel that way, discouraged, confused, so that they can take up again and again their breathing and do not falter and intend to continue.
Para aquellos que se sienten incómodos, igualmente, para los que cómodos están, hay que activarse, hay que integrarse, hay que unificarse.
For those who feel uncomfortable, equally for those who are comfortable, you have to activate, you have to integrate, you have to unify.
Para que siempre tengamos fuerzas para volver, pese a los embates, y encontremos los recursos internos para resistir, combatir y asistirnos profundamente.
So that we always have the strength to return, despite attack, and find internal resources to resist, fighting and assisting us deeply.
Sugandhim pushtivardhanam urvarukamiva vandanam mrityormukshiyamamritat.
Para quien se angustia y se desespera por un incierto devenir. Hay que confiar, hay que arriesgar, hay que jugarse la voluntad expresa de asumir la decisión de estar.
For those who anguish and desperate for an uncertain future, you have to trust, you have to take a risk, you have to risk the express will to assume the decision to be.
Sugandhim Pushti Bharadhanam
Uruvarukamiva Vandana. Por quien sabe que él puede abastecerse con sus recursos del ser, por quien ha valientemente destinado su ser a autoconocerse y aplicar formulaciones cósmicas que lo ayuden, que lo alienten y lo lleven a su ser consciente.
For those who know that they can supply themselves with the resources of their being, for those who have bravely destined their being to know themselves and apply cosmic formulations that help them to encourage and bring them to their conscious being.
Hacemos un mantra más de cierre.
We do one more closure mantra.
Sugandhim Pushti Bharadhanam Uruvakamiva Vandanam Mrityurmushiyamamritat Swaha. Mantra Shanti para cerrar y agradecer al fuego.
One mantra Shanti to thank the fire.
Sadgamaya Tamasoma Yotirgamaya Mridyarma Amritam Gamaya Swaha. Shanti.
El fuego puede permanecer, mientras esté encendido, puede permanecer. Bien, vamos a hacer ahora simplemente una.
We are going to do now a brief connection with the Mahamrityunjaya, a small meditation, using a tone of 1074 Hz and the repetition of the Mahamrityunjaya. We are going to share this meditation along with Ma, these minutes of the closure meditation, then a Shanti mantra and a goodbye. Get in a comfortable position to stay there a couple of minutes meditating. I think the important is, as Ma was saying, that there were beautiful petitions to be thankful for the blessing that we have of knowing these possibilities of love. While you stay there, with your eyes closed, without any tension.
Respirando profunda e intensa.
Breathing deeply and intensely.
considerando esa pertenencia.
Considering that permanency,
esa permanencia primero en esa configuración,
that permanency first in that physical configuration,
haciendo presente ese cuerpo,
making present
que aguanta,
that
que
body
resiste,
that supports, that holds, that resists.
y haciendo que ese respirar sea tan consciente,
And making that breathing so conscious,
que sea una respiración completa,
make it a complete breathing.
que esa respiración reordene, reagrupe toda nuestra sustancia, toda nuestra esencia.
Let that breath to reorder, regroup all of our substance, all our essence.
Con nuestros circuitos, nuestros fluidos, nuestros pensamientos.
With our circuits, with our fluids, with our thoughts,
Pero por sobre todo, con esa intención
but above all, with that intention
de sentirnos en
of
nosotros,
feeling in ourselves,
y
and
desde
from
ahí
there
proyectar,
to project, expand
en frecuencia
in open frequency
nuestra inmensa y hermosa
our
capacidad
immense and beautiful capability
de compasión,
of compassion,
de cercanía,
of closeness,
de
of
comprensión,
understanding,
hacia el ser que somos,
towards the being that we are,
y respirar con profunda gratitud.
and to breathe with deep gratitude
Ante la amorosísima acción
given the lovingful action
de conectar
of connecting,
liberándonos así
freeing ourselves
de los que nos produce
from
tensión,
what produces tension,
inseguridad,
insecurity, fear,
abandono y desconfianza.
abandonment, and mistrust.
Respiramos para restablecer
We breathe to reestablish ourselves.
reconectarnos
Reconnect
y recrear el sistema que somos.
And recreate the system that we are.
La fuerza que somos.
The force that we are.
La luz
The
que
light
somos.
that we are.
Respiro conscientemente.
I breathe consciously.
Permitiendo que la vibración del mantra me impregne.
Allowing the vibration of the mantra to impregnate me.
Sé que mi sistema sabe
I know that my system knows and
lo
can,
más importante. Así lo
and
quiere.
most important, he wants it that way.
Quiero tanto.
I want so much.
Quiero tanto.
I want so much.
Pero lo que más quiero
But what I want the most
es saber ser
is
eso que soy.
it is knowing how to be what I am.
Mantra mío.
Mantra of mine.
Consagrado como eres y como estás.
Consecrated as you are and how you are.
Hazme en
Have
mí.
me in you.
Hazme en la vida.
Have me in life.
Hazme en la muerte.
Have me in death.
Hazme en lo eterno.
Have me in the eternal,
En lo infinito.
in the infinite.
Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti.
Om Namah Shivaya, sí.